requests. Well, not until I know you better. Like anyone comes into a bar to get grief from a pianist, no doubt you have problems of your own. Still, it is kind of an anniversary, so I'm not promising anything. What will I do when you are far away and I am blue? What will I do? What will I do when I am wondering who is kissing you? What will I do? What will I do with just a photograph to tell my troubles to? When I'm alone with only dreams of you that won't come true. Okay, I'm down, I'm not suicidal. Well, I'll be as right as rain by tomorrow. My usual cheery self. Okay. I will something for her, something that she would like. Well, Mrs. Foster Jenkins did not appreciate cheap music, and I doubt you want to hear Mozart. She always liked this, though she pretended she didn't. You know, I counted up. It's been 20 years since she's been gone. Sometimes her name comes up, and people still laugh. They never heard her sing, but they know how to laugh. Tickets were like gold. All the smart, famous people, Noel Coward, Cole Porter, Bianca Kahn, Walter Winchell, they all came to hear her. She always used to say that when you sing, you're like a prize fighter, except you don't use your fists, just air. A thin thread of breath, and that's it. You're mouthing words, you're making noise, your ears are ringing, you have no idea what's coming out, and you have no clue of what the audience is hearing. A singer takes a lot on trust. Now, a real singer, they find his or her own true voice. Second-raters sound like everyone else. But an artist, you hear them. There's no mistaking. People always used to ask, why did she do it? I always used to think the better question was, why did I? You know, everyone has their own arrival story of when they got to New York. Imagine it. I'm 24 and it's 1927. New kid in town ready to tear up the sidewalks. No one had any money. My friends and I, but we never felt poor. I mean, we were young and wanted to do great things. Meanwhile, we did whatever we could to get by. Now, back in the day, when singers retired, the first thing they did was they taught voice. Madam this, maestro that, the old Hotel Ansonia crowd. So I played for their lessons during the day, and then I practiced for my solo recitals at night, which I never gave any. I also wrote songs, tried to get them sung. Art songs. We did that then. Well, let me tell you, after trying to live this kind of a life, for 5 years it gets pretty damn tiring. So when her nephew Gil, that I met from, let's just say somewhere, he said that his aunt had a unique kind of sound, that she just needed someone to play. She had a suite at the Ritz-Carlton, 16th floor. I went the next day. She gave me a little bit of sweet sherry, and then showed me right into the music room.
Mr. McMoon, what matters most is the music you hear inside your head. Don't you agree? The impossible ideal, as it were. The beauty just beyond one's grasp. I've always had a great love of music. It is the music that draws me. It is the music that must be heard above all else. Let me be frank, Miss McMoon. When singing for friends, I have allowed myself to be accompanied by those who did not quite give the music its due. Without wishing to give offense, for this my first public recital, I must be ruthless. I seek no reward, certainly no financial reward, no personal réclame. I assure you this is no mere act of vanity.
Well, Mrs. Foster Jenkins...
Please let me finish. I know how this must seem. A woman such as myself comes to a man such as you from out of nowhere, declaring herself ready to scale the pinnacles of soprano repertoire. You might think me no more than a mere dilettante.
Oh, Mrs. Foster Jenkins.
Please, let me finish.
Sorry.
I've sung for many charities, in various drawing rooms. My friends have always been kind enough to compliment me on my depth of feeling, which is why it has been proposed that my name on a handbill might prove to be an attraction. Amongst my own circle, you understand, I don't speak of the general public, but enough to fill a modest hall, which is rather exciting, don't you think? What I seek, what I sought, what I am seeking is a colleague, a collaborator, a soulmate.
Well, Mrs. Foster Jenkins,
You must let me finish. I want to say at once that I do not expect you to undertake such a task without remuneration, that I intend to be commensurate with your dignity. Now, what do you say?
Well, it's by no means impossible what you ask.
Oh, I thank you for that. You have given me hope.
So it's just a matter of polishing?
Perfecting, refining. May I confide in you, Mr. McMoon? You won't think me foolish. Several days ago, I dreamed I was singing in public. And do you know what I sang in my dream? The famous aria from the Queen of the Night. Die Holy Rock of meinem Herzen. The mere words produce chills. You are familiar with this particular aria, are you not?
The Superflutter.
Come on.
The magic flute.
Exactly. And do you know who was seated in the audience, smiling up at me, encouraging me? Mr. Mozart.
Mr.
Mozart. Now, I would hardly call myself a follower of Mr. Freud, but the meaning seemed all too apparent. Did I have it in me, I wondered? So few sopranos are equipped to tackle the Queen of the Night. As you well may be aware, its range is extensive. I had my doubts. One is only human after all. However, and this is too uncanny, the next day, Mr. McMoon, the very next day, while riding along in a taxicab on Lexington, I found myself in a slight collision. The F above C burst from me spontaneously.
The F above C?
Passerby were enraptured, amazed. I stepped from the wreckage a new woman. Well, enough talk. Shall we take the plunge? Shall we see how we suit? Shall we make music?
Oh,
S'il vous plaît. Now, let's see what we have here. La Fanciulla. Not before lunch. Oh, see. Oh, so grateful to the voice. Lucia. Oh, now she presents a fascinating problem, does she not? How to sing in Italian while still inferring a Scottish burr? Please. Should I mention a favorite? Shout it out. Or when Faust, Rosenkavalier, oh, each delicious in its own way. Rigoletto, caro nome. Perfect. You are familiar with the works of Mr. Verdi. Modern music isn't to everyone's taste, I know. Here we are. Et votre plaisir.
she hearing? What was going on in her head? Was I in the presence of a mere delusion or a kind of dementia?
Accuracy?
Well, some notes aren't what's written.
All I hear is the music.
Maybe try something. Now you. This. Okay, la la da 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 da. Okay, again. Da 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 da.
I wanted. This is what I had hoped for. You know, you have a very attractive voice, Mr. McMoon. Have you ever considered developing it? Or are you merely content playing the piano? I know I never could be, but then I have a temperament. Where were we, Maestro? If I get carried away in obfuscate the tempi. But this is exactly what I need you to stop me from doing. I put myself entirely in your hands.
Really?
You must be harsh, Mr. McMoon.
Harsh?
You must be brutally honest.
Okay. Well, Mrs. Foster Jenkins, it just seems that there are some notes that aren't quite secure.
Secure?
Not quite.
Have you perfect pitch, Mr. McMoon?
Pitch?
Yes, pitch.
Oh, I have relative pitch.
Oh, not to fear. It is no disgrace, but it must be rather inconvenient.
So you have perfect
pitch? Yes.
Uh-huh.
You find that hard to believe?
Oh, no.
I wouldn't be surprised if you did. There are not many of us so blessed.
Mrs. Foster Jenkins, you mentioned something about a recital, and I'm just wondering what you meant by that?
Well, a recital. You would play, and I would sing songs.
And the scale of it?
Oh, I see. Well, here at the Ritz, in the ballroom, for a select number of friends, 200 or so, not more than 3 or 4, to benefit some of my favorite charities.
Oh, so this isn't something that's going to be made available to the general public?
Well, if a music lover wished to attend, I do hope they would find them a seat.
Still, this isn't something that you expect to be reviewed?
You mean those dreadful newspaper people? Would they be welcomed?
Mm-hmm.
No, on no account. Mr. If you wish to see your name in the paper, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. If it's ambition...
And that's where I had my choice. That's where I could have made up some kind of an excuse, went out into the afternoon and went about my business. But she was just so absolutely, transparently sure of herself. Not in a vain way, more like a child would believe. It's rather touching, actually. And I thought it would have been intolerable not to do something to try to protect her. So was that her vanity or mine? Now, Mrs. Foster Jenkins, when we see notes on a page, they're absolute. And for example, when we see a B flat on a page, that's the note we sing. It's not something that we can be evasive.
Mr. McMoon, I think it's possible to be too analytical, don't you? There is nothing more detrimental to good singing than this modern mania for accuracy. It was never like that in the past. Music came from the heart. You say the notes are absolute, but what are they? Signposts left by the composer to guide us. A vocal artist must claim some latitude.
Mrs. Foster Jenkins, I believe it's best to start a new relationship with a clear head, don't you? I mean, I wouldn't want to make a commitment to you now, only to disappoint you later.
You have other engagements that would take up your time, or perhaps plans to travel.
I'm afraid my bank account won't allow for any kind of trips right now.
I see. I'm glad you're speaking frankly, Mr. McMoon. Let me do the same. I have not always been as you see me. Before my father's death, I was compelled to make my own way in the world. When confronted with the necessity to choose between my art or my personal comforts, I left my childhood home and supported myself, laboring many long hours over the keyboard, teaching what I could of the great mystery and joy that is music to the children of Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Believe me, I am quite aware of the extreme privilege that my current income provides. One of the sweetest uses of my present relative affluence is what I can make available to others. Yes.
Mrs. Foster Jenkins, this recital, which is not to be reviewed, Gil mentioned something about a date.
6 weeks from today, exactly.
One recital. I mean, what harm could it do? It wasn't exactly ideal, but was it my fault that I had that whole month's rent to pay, seeing that my latest roommate walked out so abruptly over the definition and the meaning of the word monogamy? I was 29 and you cannot be promising indefinitely. Now, Mrs. Foster Jenkins, I'm really not sure why you think I can be much help to you. You've hardly heard me play. Perhaps my particular style wouldn't be conducive to your... Because see, your vocal register, your vocal needs is just... Because see, your voice it just needs...
My voice is not a large voice, Mr. McMoon. What I have is far more rare. The true coloratura. I don't flatter myself. My particular gift is purity of tone. Though you may find this hard to believe, when I was a young woman, my singing was actively discouraged. I have no doubt the dark night of the soul. Music saved me. Oh, dear me. Please don't think me precipitate, Mr. McMoon, but I cannot help but feel that my entire life has been in preparation for our meeting. There is a vibration between us, artistically speaking, of course, and I cannot help but feel that our partnership is somehow fated.
I thought of my friends. I thought of what they might say of me walking out onto the stage with her, me putting my hands on the keyboard. And then I thought of the rent. Shall we continue?
Of course. Stop! Stop! You must stop! This is wrong. All
That's what I have
If you
here.
please. If you please. A time like this calls for sacred music. Oh, this is what I would sing with you. Oh, years ago it is the piece that awoke my soul. The Ave Maria. Mr. Gounod's, of course. We'll leave Mr. Schubert's to the mezzos. I should mention that this has always been my final encore. People have come to expect it. It often provokes tears. We shall start with bar 22, the Santa. We shall start with what is best, Mr. McBoon, for only good shall follow.
Association. We were together 12 years. We met, what, 30 years ago? Ancient history. I'm a relic, she's a myth. That crazy lady that couldn't sing. Well, we rehearsed, and she loved to rehearse, until finally the big day came, and she sang a total of 24 songs. And 5 encores. Well, I mean, despite some dropped notes and missed entrances, one selection followed another, until last she was taking her bows. I went up into the music room. My job was done. I figured I would just change and slip out.
Mr. McBoon, there you are. Come, meet my friends. They're simply overawed by your playing. Finally, to have an accompanist on one's own level. Oh, it is truly unusual. Now, we must really get to work.
What?
Well, it seems there are a great number of the audience simply begged for our return.
You're not going to do this again.
Oh, some had tears in their eyes. I literally saw some stuff their mouths with handkerchiefs to stifle their sobs. Well, we must really get to work, which I shall do nothing without you.
You mean do all of this again?
Well, of course.
All the rehearsing and so on?
May we?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just don't think I'm going to be able to do the next
You don't?
one. No, because, see, they're just other claims on my time. You know, other demands, other commitments, just
I
other...
see what's going on.
You do?
How could I not?
I'm sorry, I tried, but all the music that I had...
You
and then
naughty, naughty boy.
Pardon me?
I won't allow this.
You won't.
In the 6 weeks that I've come to know you, dear heart, I've come to care for you, about your future. as a friend.
See, it's my future that I'm talking about. See, my friends think I ought to be concentrating on my own music, my own... What am I saying?
This is worse than I thought. For years, I allowed the opinions of others to stand in the way of my musical progression. My greatest fear was that I would somehow look ridiculous. Can you imagine? Those who were just supposed to be my support sensed my fear and used it to silence my voice. It was only after much internal struggle I was able to break free. Now here you are in that self-same trap. Others might stand idly by, but I will not watch you throw away an opportunity. Cosme, if I may call you that.
I'd be honored.
If you were to turn your back now, you would simply break my heart. I won't be unreasonable. We can rehearse when you want to, at most a few hours each day. Here in the music room, I think it's pleasant enough, and you will write your music. Oh, surely you won't refuse an association that could benefit us both. Surely you won't do that.
Well, I guess we could give it a shot.
Oh, bravo, bravissimo! You will see how well we work together. An ongoing working
partnership.
In the musical sense, not, of course, in the social sense. Now, you must come next door after you've changed. Everyone's just dying to meet you. Helen! Gladys!
It was like magic. Word just spread. The more that she sang, the more people wanted to come in here. You couldn't keep them away. Once word got out, the crowds changed. It wasn't just her Park Avenue friends that came anymore. It was more like the crowds you saw at the fights. I mean, we were at the Ritz, so there was a semblance of restraint. But still, you could see people crying, wiping tears away, and then hiding behind the seats to try to catch their breath, and then stuff their mouths with handkerchiefs, or when they couldn't take it anymore, they would run out the door, slam the lobby doors, and start laughing out there. And then when they finally composed themselves, they would bring them back in, still wiping tears away. You see a lot from a piano bench. As far as Madame Flo was concerned, the ones that had to leave were just too moved to stay, too overcome with emotion. Well, one selection followed another until she was done taking her vows. They were flowers. She stroked her sweet cherry, and then people talked about what she wore. So all in all, everyone had a good time. Although I worried. When I thought the balance might tip, and her friends were outnumbered by that crueler kind of the audience, and the ones that come to laugh at the tone. Well, we were rehearsing, and like I said before, she loved to rehearse. She loved to rehearse more than anyone I ever knew. But today, she was late, which was not like her. Not like her at all.
What on earth are you playing?
I was just noodling.
No, really, what is it?
Nothing. A song.
A song? What kind of song?
Nothing you would like.
Oh, you mean a popular song?
It's just a song that people dance to. A song.
And this song, it has words?
Pardon me?
Words.
We just get to work.
All in due time.
What is it?
What's what?
Well, you have this look about you. Like the cat that just got the cream or something.
Oh, cream indeed.
Did something happen?
So what are they, these words?
You're not going to tell me.
For example?
Okay. Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway.
Oh, do play. You were playing so nicely before I came in.
Really, it's just a dinky little tune. Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you'll go your way.
Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway!
No, it's syncopated. See, it's crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you'll go your way. See?
Crazy
It's, they say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow, walking along Broadway.
Walking.
No, walk-in. No she.
Walking.
Walk-in.
Walking.
Walk-in.
Walking. Walking along Broadway.
Yes, yes.
Oh, what a cheeky little tune, n'est-ce pas?
See, it's got a little spring to it. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow, walking along Broadway.
Oh, Cosme, is this what they call jazz? Oh, my goodness, you've quite shocked the Bechstein.
Music is music.
And people sing and they dance. Is that what happens when you and your friends, for example, when you and Kurt, oh, such a personable young man, when you and he are entertaining ladies, you bad boys.
Let me just get to work.
I can almost picture myself singing it. I imagine it would create quite a sensation.
Here at the Ritz? I think your audience expects a little something different.
But what if we found ourselves with a different kind of audience?
Different?
Different.
In what way?
Suppose we suddenly found ourselves with more seats to sell.
More seats.
Many more.
But, Madam J, you've been sold out for weeks.
Oh, true.
So why do we need more seats?
So that many more lovers of good music could pay their $2.40 to attend.
But you already have 500 coming, isn't that enough?
Oh, think of my charities, Cosme. Think what a box office boost could mean.
Boost!
Boost! You see, it has been proposed, quite out of the blue, that we move our recital to a larger venue. That's what's been proposed.
I thought you liked it here at the Ritz.
Oh, up to a point.
I thought you liked the intimacy of the ballroom.
Oh, yes and no.
Wait, wait. How much larger are we talking? What are we talking about?
Oh, believe me, we will make quite a splash. There is considerable anticipation amongst those in the know.
So this has been all decided, just like that?
I know it comes as a shock, I understand.
I should say so.
Telephone, Cosme, and this was proposed.
Proposed? You love that word proposed. Who proposed what? The Hippodrome?
Not quite.
Well, please, just tell me where.
Town Hall! Town Hall! Where they have guaranteed there will not be one empty seat, not a one! Oh, I always knew I had a following. I'm not blind after all, but I had no idea I was so popular!
I can't believe what you're telling me.
I can't believe it either.
Okay, I mean, what have I been doing all of this time? All this rehearsing and so on. This isn't for me. I could just let you sing, you know, but I don't. But because I worry, and everyone thinks I'm going to do the decent thing and just let you do whatever crazy thing comes into your head.
Cosme! Think what's at stake in these perilous times with so many in need. How could I refuse? We must all try to do some good in the world.
At what price?
I beg your pardon.
At what price?
I don't understand.
Your artistic standards, what about them?
Come DJ?
To go from our room into a barn like Town Hall.
A barn?
A barn. They didn't tell you about the acoustics? How you can't even hear?
You can't.
You think you've gone deaf.
Deaf?
To go from our room into a monster like Town Hall is something that should be approached gradually, if at all.
Well, certainly, we can rehearse, prepare.
And what if strain is induced? What about then?
Strain?
It could undermine everything that we've worked for. And I'm sorry, I just can't allow it. I don't care what they say.
Strain?
Strain. Madam Flo, if it's just a matter of income, wouldn't the same thing be accomplished if we just had another recital here at the Ritz? At least then, you won't have to worry about any kind of
strain. Oh, what can I say? You have saved me from myself.
Oh, well.
Grazie, Signor Buonfortuna.
Prego.
To abuse my voice is unthinkable. One is not a trombone.
Exactly.
We shall add 2 more recitals to our present schedule.
2.
Oh, very well. 3, but no more. Oh, how right you are, Cosme, and how very wise. There is no reason to move. There is every reason to stay. I shall explain to Town Hall. Oh, let them get someone else to sing in their barn. Some mezzo or other. Oh, forgive me, Cosme, for not consulting with you first. This shall never happen again. Strain!
How could she not know? She had to hear the laughing, didn't she? I mean, if people thought I was in on a joke, maybe they thought she was in on a joke. You know what it's like in this town. There's a lot of speculation over martinis. But you know what I just said? The hell with it. I don't care. The money I made with Madame Flo lasted me all year round. I had a patron. I never saw her in the spring or the summer, and I never saw her outside of the music. So I had all this free time to do whatever it is I was supposed to do and become whatever it is I was supposed to become. So I wrote a lot of songs, all kinds of songs. Long songs, short songs, happy songs, sad songs. You name it, I wrote it. Songs no one wanted to sing. Well, we had a little niche at the Ritz. It wasn't exactly ideal, but if she was so insistent on making a fool of herself, the least I could do was limit the damage. From day one, she begged me to sing Queen of the Night. It was her one big dream, one ambition. Don't ask me why. I just told her I wasn't ready. She wasn't ready. No one is ready. You do know what I mean when I'm talking about Queen of the Night, correct? I mean, it's this long aria that's in Mozart's Magic Flute, and it goes extremely high. And was she kidding? This is high. How on earth did she think that she could sing this? She had no voice, no ear, no musicianship, no nothing. Except a certain feeling, which never stopped her before. Come to think of it, it never stopped me either. But to sing Queen of the Night, that was like crossing a line. That was like having an endearing blind spot. No, actually, let me rephrase. An eccentric lack of perspective. To what? Madness?
Cosme, I have been asked to make a record. It seems that I can do much to popularize good music.
I don't understand, Madam J. Who invited you to make a record?
The record company.
Yes, but which one?
There's more than one. Well, I suppose it's the record company that appeals to lovers of good music. They have asked me to select an aria that will show my voice to its best advantage. Oh, finally, an opportunity to really hear myself. The time has come to perfect Mr. Mozart's beloved aria for the Queen of the Night.
I wonder if that's the wisest choice for a record.
It is the perfect choice. Oh, think, Cosme. In the days to come when my voice is not as strong as it is now, to be able to hear it as it once was, in all its glory, a lovely souvenir.
But Madam J, just think of it, a record. It can be really misleading.
Oh, you're not going to be stubborn, are you? This means so much to me. Please.
What if you were to be disappointed?
Disappointed? In what way?
Well, the sounds, the music that you hear in your head. I mean, really, can that be caught on a record?
Cosme, I'm not a fool. You talk to me as if I'm a fool. Of course I know, dear heart. How could I not? How could I not know that the recording will be but a shadow? But why not record at least what can be recorded? I shall imagine the rest. Think of all I could learn. That, what do you call it? A microphone. It will be quite objective.
It will not be objective. It will diminish. I am objective. I am your ears.
So that's it. You are afraid that I will rely on you less.
Oh,
how can that be when this device will merely allow me to enjoy what everyone else already hears?
Suppose that there are certain aspects that you're just not going to... Because see, there's certain ways of your vocal register, the voice, the sounds that you hear inside your head. That's the truth.
You have touched me, Cosme. Truly touched me. I had no idea you had such feelings of protection towards me. But you can protect too much. From our greatest challenges, we learn most. Without the risk of failure, there can be no success. You say the microphone will diminish. So will doubt. Art cannot be ruled by caution. The queen of the night awaits. My breath is her life. You will see, Cosme, we have come this far together. Let's not falter now.
A record? Hear herself? A queen of the night!
No matter how small, we should be given the opportunity to correct it before it is sent for sale. Record that sign over. Cosme, do you intend to say nothing?
It's just a lot to take in.
My friends will want copies. Yours will too.
Oh, dear God!
I understand it will be available in Altman's as well as other places. So it is quite important that everything be perfect. I've seen how critical people can be, not to mention those newspapers. I've kept them away from our recitals, but there is nothing I can do to stop them from availing themselves of a record. I've seen how unpleasant they can be when given the opportunity to criticize someone above their social sphere. Goodness knows, I'm no snob. Look how we get on. You cannot expect a gutter journalist to have appreciation for or the working knowledge of Mr. Mozart. Let me try to find it. I can hear it now. Yes. Granted, in a recital, such a teeny tiny flaw would never be remarked on. The presence of the artist would bring the hearer along. That microphone is so unforgiving, so unaware of nuance. Not that I didn't believe you when you told me, but still. It's all too apparent. It's so humbling. But there can be no doubt. The piano is not quite with the voice. No. You are unnerved being away from our little music room. Your concentration was not as it should have been. You must not blame yourself, not for one moment.
So you want this right?
Well, of course, don't you?
Oh, don't I? Let's get this right, shall we?
What's the matter, Cosme?
Oh, no, we're gonna get this right.
Of course. yours.
Alright? Now, repeat after me. Do it. No. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Do it. No, those are not the notes that I played. Da-da-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Do it. No, you're not listening to anything that I just played.
Cosme, stop punishing yourself, please.
You want this right? We are gonna get this right! Da-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Do it! No, that is not what I played! Da-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Why are you not listening to this? Do it again! No! For crying out loud! Why are you not listening to anything that I'm doing, you foolish woman? You said to be harsh right from the start.
I did not ask you to be rude.
I just want you to sing as well as you can. I hope you believe me when I say that, sincerely.
I'm not a foolish woman.
Perhaps I spoke too abruptly.
You have some sense of shame.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with my ear. Nothing.
No.
Nothing at all. I want that clearly understood. Nothing.
Yes.
I am known for my ear.
Yes.
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Every Greek, each Turk, and each Latin, each Russian and Prussian as well, they all seek the lure of Manhattan, and sure to come under its spell.
Nothing.
Their native folk songs they soon throw away. Their Harlem smoke songs they soon learn to play. Couldn't you fall for Carnegie Hall? Madam, call it a day. And we'll say, crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you'll go your way. Crazy rhythm, from now on, we're through. Here is where we had a showdown. You're too high hat, and I'm too low down. Crazy rhythm, here's goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow, walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, she has no brow, ain't it a shame? And I'm to blame.
You naughty boy.
What's the use of prohibition? You produce the same condition. Crazy rhythm, I've gone crazy too.
Ridiculous song.
Crazy rhythm is going. Crazy rhythm got me going. Crazy rhythm, why am I here with you?
Cosme, those are not the words. If you're going to sing the song, you might as well sing the right words. When a highbrow meets a lowbrow, walking along Broadway. Aren't you going to play? Do it.
next record.
Oh, there's so many. Cosme, I want you to know how grateful I am for all that you do. So very, very grateful.
All my friends bought the record. The record did well. Surprisingly well. Amazingly well. So well, in fact, that we made more. The damn things played all over the east side. My name on the record labels going around and around. She became an honest-to-God celebrity. And she was imitated a lot at parties. Now, when I was just playing for Madame Flo, I mean, my friends would tease me, and it's, yeah, whatever, fine. But now that the record came out, it was incessant. It was like there was nothing else that they could possibly talk about. They would actually come up to me and say, "How are Madame's lessons going today?" Or they would actually suggest certain things that she should sing. And I just said, you know what? The hell with it. I don't care. She's still just a part of my life. So I still kept doing things that I needed to do for me. Like, for example, I wrote more songs. I actually wrote an opera. I tore it up. Traveled some, bought groceries, fell in love. And then one day my suits didn't fit. You can only live on hope for so long. I mean, all I could think of was, is this all I rate? Am I crazy to keep writing songs that no one wants to sing? Maybe I'm just like her. It really hits you hard when you realize that the world doesn't see your life's work the same way that you do, and that you become a joke. So, you either fight the contempt, the rolled eyes, the sniggers, or you can adjust and lower your standards. Either way, I'm not going to be happy. As far as Madame Flo was concerned, she never lowered her standards, and she never adjusted. And actually, she got happier. And she loved, and she kept singing more and more and more. And the more she sang, the happier she got. And it got to the point where I was actually admiring her. I was hoping that some of her certainty would actually rub off on me. Now, as the years progressed, I grew beyond my admiration and started to think that she was some sort of genius. Her folly was so stupendous you had to admire its scale. I mean, like the Chrysler Building. I thought that her performances weren't some kind of statement of what music is and what music isn't. That she discovered some new kind of form. I mean, I actually started to prefer how she sang. I heard Maria Callas sing once, and I thought something was missing. I mean, who's to say if one note follows another note, that makes that a song? And if it's a different note, it makes people wince? Who made up those rules? I never bothered saying any of this to her. She wouldn't have seen how any of it would have applied. So I had a lot of discussions about it in the bathroom mirror. I hardly knew that there was even a war on. Well, we were in our 12th year together. And it was the autumn, September 1944. We're rehearsing. You should be here, Madam J.
Isn't that what I sang?
It's a C.
There, the piano is out of tune. It seems to be doing that more and more, as if it's played too much music in its day. It can't find the notes quite so easily, though its heart is willing.
I'll just give you your cue.
Cosme, I want you to promise me that should you ever detect a hint that my voice is not as it should be, that you will tell me at once.
But Madam J.
Oh, never mind if I deny it. Never mind if I accuse you of ingratitude or disloyalty. Never mind how painful the truth might be. I want you to be the one to tell me. Don't let me be like the Beckstein.
You sound like you always have.
You're just saying that.
Did something happen?
Oh, you don't hear it, dear heart. But these days I find myself chasing after notes that at one time came to me quite effortlessly. Oh, I'm not sure what's happening, but I've done everything I can to protect my voice. The time will take its toll. Since the day will come when my music will leave me, I wonder, would it have been better not to have been so blessed?
Well, you're not thinking of retiring.
Retiring? Why would I be thinking of retiring?
Well, you just said that your voice isn't what it was,
Oh,
so...
rhetorically, I still dream of reaching a wider public. Though would it be prudent at this stage of my career to leave myself open to... Jealousy is such a terrible thing. I'm not so blind that I can't see how others might portray me. Or the smart people who haunt first nights at the opera to jeer. You know the type. I'm so protected, so very fortunate. You have done so much for me. Cosme, something exciting. Almost.
Almost what?
Oh, I hope you won't be cross.
Why should I be cross?
Well, exactly. No doubt you'll be as excited as I am. You see, it has been proposed.
Yes?
A grand recital to honor our fighting men. I've been told that there's a great many lovers of good music in our armed forces. I had no idea. Did you know?
Proposed?
Well, yes.
A special concert here at the Ritz?
Oh, not quite. Oh, when it was proposed, what was proposed, oh, I couldn't help but feel what a feather in my cap it would be to be able to say, yes, I have played.
Played?
Played.
Oh, dear God.
Somewhere almost, somewhere, oh, how do I say it?
What place? Which one are you talking about? What?
Oh, Cosme, it has been proposed that we give a recital at Carnegie Hall. Oh, I couldn't be more surprised.
Who proposed this?
The people who want me to give a recital, really, Cosme. Who else would propose it? My only concern is that you would find it a good idea. I get quite overwhelmed, I can't help it. I wonder, is this what it feels like to be nervous? I feel an unaccustomed tightness in my throat. It seems strange, with all my experience, to be assailed by nerves like any beginner. There you are. Now you know. I must sit. Cosme, this is not how I thought you would react. It's quite a red letter day, don't you think? I do wish you'd say something.
Carnegie Hall? And Kurt Heifetz there. I saw Leonard Bernstein there.
And now you'll hear me there. Us. And to top it all off, the icing on the cake, as it were, I am determined to sing something of yours.
Please.
Thank me. It is what you deserve. Oh, you've written so many lovely songs over the years. Lovely, lovely songs. Oh, it's a scandal none of them ever heard. It's as if you don't want them sung the way you hide them away. Remember how I had to beg and beg for you to allow me to have them printed? Unless I had, even I wouldn't know what they are. Oh, the world has waited long enough. The time has come to introduce your Serenata Mexicana.
But Serenata is for a mezzo.
Oh, but I'm feeling warmer colors these days, don't you think?
But is it really showy enough?
Oh, not another word, I insist.
You don't have to do this!
Oh, but I want to.
When is this proposed concert supposed to be? You know how long it takes you to prepare a song? When are we supposed to do all of this?
I have it in my heart already.
Oh, no. I can't do that. You can't.
Cosme, look at me. I have every faith in you. Oh, I know this comes as quite a shock, but I know that once you get used to the idea, you will rise to the occasion. And to top it all off, you will hear your Serenata Mexicana. I'm beginning to believe that as long as we are together, there is nothing we can't do.
Carnegie Hall?
Polishing my nails, I'm stepping out, my dear, into an atmosphere that simply reeks with class.
We sold out just as soon as the concert was announced. $2.40 tickets were scalped at $20. We rehearsed a lot to get everything just right. She had a whole new wardrobe designed, a different costume for each number. Everything had to be perfect. Every note. Like, for example, this song I'm going to do for you now. She originally had something else. This was more of a ballad, but she wanted something a little bit more peppier to start everybody else with. This was something I liked, so before I tell you about that one, I want to play this one. I bought you violets for your furs, and it was spring for a while. Remember, I bought you violets for your furs, and there was April in that December. The snow drifted down on the flowers and melted where it lay. The snow looked like dew on the blossoms as on a summer day. I bought you violets for your furs, and there was blue in that wintry sky. You picked the violets to your furs and gave a lift to the crowds passing by. You smile at me so sweetly. Since then one thought occurred, that we fell in love completely. there, but no, she wanted this one. Well, I got over to the hall by my apartment by East 53rd. When I got there, the sidewalks were crowded with servicemen. Some with girls in their arms, others on the prowl, and others at the box office awaiting returns. Over 2,000 people were turned away. I bumped into some ex-friends of mine, and they were talking to a young soldier with a fresh uniform from someplace you probably never even heard of. And he was yammering on about how he was shipping out in a couple of days, and he heard this was the hottest ticket in town and how he couldn't get in. Well, I had a spare ticket. And I figured I'd give it to him and was wondering what life had to temper his enthusiasm. So when I gave him the ticket, he was so enthused, he couldn't even speak. So that was something. Now when I got into the hall, there were flowers everywhere. And then I could hear Madame Flo warming up. And the first thought that went into my head was, how much did she know? I mean, would her folly or madness, whatever you want to call it, be enough to keep her safe? And what is my part in all of this? If anything, I was playing Carnegie Hall. My song was going to be played in Carnegie Hall. So that was something, some profit after all these spent years. Well, she always used to say that singing is like a dreaming in public. But we were heading into a nightmare. Now, that last summer I was with Kurt. We were in Mexico, and as we were heading into a boat, he slipped and hit his head. He said he felt like he was in another place. He said he could actually see us pulling him out of the water, trying to revive him, but he said he felt very calm in that place, until he decided to join the land of the living. That's what it felt like going onto that stage. It's a feeling that never leaves you. It stays with you forever. Actually, I feel like I'm there. I'm still there. I actually remember walking out onto the stage, taking my bow, and the first thing I noticed were the lights. And all I could think of was, why are these lights so bright? These lights should not be this bright. Who made these bright? And then I moved over to the keyboard. There was a hush over the audience. I made an introduction. And then she entered. The audience was ready to play its part. There were a lot of same people that used to come all the time to this, and because I thought we were at Carnegie Hall, I thought things might get a little ugly, but it looked like the veterans were going to keep the newcomers in line. My serenata was next. She said that she had a surprise for me. Out of all the costumes, this was the only one she did not allow me to see. She actually said the reason why she picked this particular song was that it reminded her of her youthful days, of when she was young and gay. What else could I say? So I just said a little prayer. Please, just one note. I'm just begging for one note be right. I don't care, just one. And then I started the introduction. loudly called the performance ideal. No one could say it didn't happen. Though I have to admit, though, I was really damn proud. My song was sung at Carnegie Hall. I was right up there with Brahms. She did one of his next. Now, this is the same Brahms who wrote this. Same guy. She liked this one because she said it so perfectly expressed her view about singing. Though art must thrill the soul, its first purpose is to teach. Spontaneous eruptions were running rampant throughout the theater. People were on the edge of their seats. They were hungry for her return. She didn't hear laughter. What she heard were bravas and applause. And all I could see were the lights keep getting brighter and brighter. But within that light, I could see people scanning their programs. Strangers turning to each other, actually comparing notes on their favorite parts. Veterans turning to newcomers and showing them how to hide behind the seats to catch their breath in between numbers. How to stuff their mouths with handkerchiefs. And how to run out of the theater when it got to be too much. You know, all of the old tricks. Well, she then came to... She had one more last hurl before intermission, and this was another spot where she decided she wanted to change it. She wanted to give them all something really to go home and actually think about. And again, another ballad that she threw out. But actually, this is something that I've been putting in my act for the last 20 years. So I fell in love with it, so I want to play this one for you before I tell you about the other one. Don't save your kisses, just pass them around. You'll find my reason is logically sound. Who's gonna know that you've passed them around 100 years from today? Why crave a penthouse that's fit for a queen? You're nearer heaven on Mother Earth's green. If you had millions, what would and sing. Make love a thing, be happy while you may. There's always one beneath the sun that's bound to make you feel that way. The moon is shining, so that's a good sign. Cling to me closer and say that you'll be mine. Remember, darling, we won't see it shine 100 years from today. 100 years from today. Isn't that wonderful? Because that one perfectly expressed her view of all life, just hanging on with both hands and never letting go. But the one that she picked, I tried to talk her out of it, but she said that if she was happy in her work, then there should be no reason why those that come to hear her should not be happy too. If Mr. Sinatra had his Bobby Soxers, then she should be granted the same kind of adulation. I thought it was playing with fire. Here it is, Adele's laughing song. Skipping about like a little girl. I told her she should save her energy. She still has a lot of big stuff to get through, but try talking sense into her. Well, she started the second half with, you want to guess which piece? The Queen of the Night. The audience went ballistic. They were going brava, diva, and their applause was getting louder and louder and louder still. That was only to cover the laughter. She thought that Mr. Mozart had the same effect on them as he did on her. But once the audience settled down, she went into some familiar favorites. And then she did something quite unexpected. She did something for our fighting servicemen. trying to control themselves finally came to a head. Tallulah Bankhead was in such hysterics she had to be carried out of her box. They were dancing in the orchestra, in the aisles. In the mezzanine, they were fighting. In the upper balconies, they were waving their arms from side to side. And in the upper tiers, they were throwing handkerchiefs down to the stage. We were in the encores now. And I tried. I said, you know, you're doing a lot of big material. Why don't you do something a little easy? So I suggested the Ave Maria, the Schubert one. That's the reaction I got. Because she just glared at me and said, I told you Ave Maria, the Schubert is for mezzos. And then she didn't speak to me for 2 days. So, the audience kept yelling for more. They wouldn't let it go. All I did was say a silent prayer.
But the Ave, my beloved Ave, why would they laugh? I I don't understand.
Did you ever hear of nervous laughter? When an audience is just so overcome with emotion that the only way that they're going to deal with it is to laugh. You never heard of this? Of all people, you have never heard of this. Let me tell you, there are very few artists that can provoke that kind of a reaction from an audience. Very few.
I saw them with handkerchiefs. I'd seen that before. I imagined something quite different.
Well, you wouldn't want them crying and bawling their eyes out.
I didn't know what was wrong. I thought I was in voice.
You were in fine voice.
Some things I always sing well. One or two I never thought I had sung better. The Mozart, for instance.
Unforgettable.
Cosme.
Why on earth are you crying? I thought you would be happy. Look at what you just did out there. You gave that audience something that they are never going to forget.
Cosme, you would never, for whatever reason, you would never lie to me.
I would never do that.
You promise? You swear?
Oh, for crying out loud. I swear on all that's holy, I would never lie to you. All right, you believe me now? You better believe me. I don't know what you think when I'm out there.
I was afraid.
Well, I'm just tired from all of the excitement.
I felt lost. I didn't like that.
Well, no one likes that.
I felt... You're right. I'm just tired.
You're bound to be tired. Look at what you just did.
Toscanini really dresses here.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what he would have said if he'd heard me tonight. I imagined he would have had much to say. Do you think he would have been pleased? Do you think Mr. Mozart, if he had heard me, do you think he would have been pleased?
I think he would have been very pleased.
And Mr. Verdi, Mr. Gounod, would they have been pleased? Cosme, I've dreamed of this night since I was a little girl. It was there in front of me, something to be hoped for. Now it's over. It's in the past. It's a memory. I do wish we could live in the music forever, don't you? But of course we can't. Of course it has to end. I must get changed. You will be coming to the party, won't you? You won't desert me.
As if I could.
I should like to leave with you. Would you please escort me?
I would be honored.
Oh, thank you, Cosme. Thank you for always telling me the truth. In my heart of hearts, I never really doubted that you would.
She died a month later. It was not the concert. It had absolutely nothing to do with the concert. I did read how it broke her heart and how she never sang again and all that rest of the garbage, but let's be honest. She wasn't a Violetta or a Madama Butterfly. She was not a character that would die of heartbreak. What I do know is that she went to lunch with her friends at Schratt's, and then they were going to see that movie, Harvey, but she had already seen it. So she decided to go to Sherman's and pick up some music. And that's where she had a heart attack. The manager gave her some water, and they actually told me that she said how inconvenient all of this was because she just had so much to do. She thought it was the cream chicken. She died in her apartment a few days later. Toscanini sent flowers. I missed her. I really missed her. Surprised how much I missed her. She always said that her singing didn't count unless she was under the spell of the music. That only the music mattered. Well, as for music, singing really. Everything that she said that first day. That what matters most is the sound that you hear inside of your head. Was she just incredibly resilient or crazy or both? Who knows? What I do know is what the audience heard was one thing. What she heard was something else. She heard was